Happy Saturday, happy Saturday, happy Saturday. The weekend before FS Expo 2025, Providence, Rhode Island is fixing to be lit, boys. What is going on? It's your boy Leo. We're situated here in the brand new FSLabs A321 Neo, provided to us by FSLabs themselves. Big ups to FSLabs for sending us a copy to check out. Yeah, I haven't flown it yet, so this is going to be a first look here on the channel at this brand new Neo, see how she operates. All I've done, guys, is get my controls set up and push back from stand 40 here earlier today before work. Got the engine started up, and that's about it. I haven't done anything else. Oh, and spawned on the runway to get a thumbnail image, but other than that, yeah, we're gonna have to learn this one. It's an Airbus. It's just like any other Airbus as far as the systems, but some or a lot of the things is included in the McDo. Takes a little bit of getting used to try to find what you need, like loading and stuff like that. But otherwise than that, so far from what I've seen, it looks pretty good. So yeah, other than that, guys, we are going to be heading on down to Atlanta. No ATC. I thought we would have picked up some ATC this evening, but no ATC. We'll stop in Atlanta. We may head west or we may head south. I have no idea where we're going for a second leg, but there is going to be a second leg. Maybe we'll take a vote on it. Good to see each and every one of you in chat. Zato is in the house. Green light, big up, big up. Retired firefighter is in the building. D-Champ is in the house. Good to see all of you boys. FO Pilot Depth is in the house, as well as Green Light says, oh, she's neat. You got the Neo. That's what's up. Hey, appreciate you, bro. All right, so yeah, other than that, guys, I will say we'll go ahead and hop aboard into the flight deck. Oh, I forgot I was in drone cam here, and I need to get my track IR profile here selected. We'll do the Airbus profile here, and let me grab my unit. So I did mess around with the import. I can't remember how to do it, but we'll walk through it. Like I said, this is a first look. First looks, it is usually a learning look for us. So we'll take a look at this thing together. All right, cool. Let's back this up. We'll get the music turned down for now, and we can turn it up a little bit till we figure out how to get this thing imported here. So we'll come over here to the EFB. EFB is according to what I've seen so far, it's a little slower than I would like it to be, but let's see, did it automatically, like this loading screen is what I don't like. Takes a second. Did it not pull in our you know what, I may have to get oh, let me go and check this real quick. Let me just make sure it's got us. Yeah, it's got us connected. All right, let's do this. Let's get some power first real quick. Hey. Hey. And yeah. All right, we'll go ahead and turn you down. Let's get some power established to the aircraft. BAT 1 and 2 can come through the on. We'll grab external power, crew supply. And let me start my thing from my light panel here. Alright, that's good. Alright, cool. All right, let me see here really quick. I thought there was a way to There it is. Okay. So it pulls in your flight plan once you get power. All right, that's good to know. That is good to know. So far, the airplane sounds pretty good. At least from what I heard on a quick engine start earlier. I think the sound pack needs a little work, but I'm not too worried about that because I'm pretty sure that FTSim will come out with a compatible version for this aircraft here. Alright, so I'll put you here. Let me swap over to my other cam. And we'll see if we can pull in some of our numbers here. Alright, so we're going KDCA to Atlanta. We'll pop that in. We'll go init request on that. We'll go back to the menu. We'll go options here. Let's see, external controls, GSX, and we'll do says refueling is available. I just selected refueling. We'll brighten this up here. I don't know if that called GSX. We'll give that a second. Let's start the alignment here. We'll come all the way up top. We'll go nav, nav, and nav. And we'll come back to this page here in a second. Alright, so it pulled in our route, so that is good. We'll come back to that. Let's go back over to our options to try to get the aircraft loaded here. Alright, so on this page, if you go to external controls, line select, left line select key number 6, this is where you have your GSX stuff here that you can board from, refuel, GPU, all of that good jazz. But what we're going to do for this leg, just because I don't know, let me see, I don't know if that thing is coming. Yeah, I don't see any fuel truck out there. So what we're going to do is go at it the other method. We'll go fuel. Let me pull up my OFB on my tablet, my iPad. Alright, so we're taking 14.0 on the fuel, so we'll punch that in, 14.0. Uh-oh. Alright, there we go. We got our fuel on board. We'll back out. We'll go payload. And we'll enter a 0 fuel weight, which should give us, well, actually, you know what? Let's do that via GSX. So we'll come back, we'll select GSX. And let's see if it's going to take on the boarding. It did work earlier for me. Alright, we'll see if that, there's no way to know if it's running or not. That's the thing. Let me make sure that, yeah, GSX is running. There's no way to know if it took the command or not. That's the one thing that I'm trying to figure out. I did get it to work earlier. And then if I try to go up here, it'll say GSX is in remote mode. Oh, that's why. Okay. That's what we need right here. Request boarding is what we want. I don't think this is the page we was on. Yeah, we were trying to do it from here. So this page here just tells you it's available. That's where I was going wrong. We need to go to request. And there it is. That's what we need to request refueling. But we've already got our fuel, so we're going to go request boarding. There we go. Requested. All right, cool. So GSX is going to board us according to our OFP. So while we wait on that, we'll go, let me see here. Let me just make sure this is, intercom is connected. All right, cool, that's good. All right, so we'll come back over to our flight plan here. Let's get some numbers and stuff input. Looks like we're going to be departing runway 19 on the Klitsch 3 flash transition, which is also our transition into the Aussie 1 arrival into Atlanta. So we'll go DCA, departure, runway 19 on the Klitsch 3 flash transition. We'll insert that, come down to ATL, arrival. We're doing 8 left.
Departure checks completed.
Aussie
5 pin inserted.
Flash transition insert. That's all good. We'll go back to init. Our flight number is going to be AA1286. Our cost index is 21. And we'll be cruising at 380 down the way. We'll align that on reference and confirm. Alright, so we're all good. The alignment is coming in. We'll do page B here once we finish getting loaded. And then we'll go over to perf. We'll get that as we finish getting loaded as well. Alright, let's take a look at DCA's weather here. Winds are 190 at 7 knots, 10 statute mile visibility. Clouds are broken at 25,000, temperatures 26, dew points 21, altimeter is 3012. So we'll bug 3012 now on both sides. Alright, that's set. We're good there. Other than that, we've got passengers coming aboard. Now, I don't know if this thing has seated passengers. I didn't go and update my GSX to see. Yeah, it don't look like they're staying. They're disappearing as they sit down. All right, so I may need to go and update my GSX for this plane. And top altitude for this departure is going to be 5,000, so we'll bug that now. Get that set. And once we get up, we'll talk a little bit about the flight model and what you get. So far, I do rather like the aircraft. Textures look pretty good, I think. We'll see how she sounds under flight conditions. And let me sync those up. All right, we'll come down here, we'll clear this out, and we'll squawk 2,000. That's in standby. And let us, well actually, I need to connect to VATSIM. We are AAL 1286, and we are A21 November. Alright, so we're squawking 0503. Alright, we got that set. Alignment is complete. we'll go ahead and go into plan mode here. And let's step through our plan here. All right, and there's our discontinuity on the arrival. All right, that looks good to me. I am rather okay with that. We got 97 of 165 aboard. So that's another thing. It brings everything that GSX would flash on the screen for you. All of that is integrated into the McDo. I do like that. I like how they have, you know, the McDo synced up with both GSX and all of that good jazz. All right, so while we wait, we'll come over here. We'll go take off. And let's see, I haven't used this yet. We'll do flex, anti-ice off, 2.6. We'll do 1+F. AC is on. 3012 is the altimeter. Let's see what our estimated takeoff weight was. 159. Let's go 159.0. Am I forgetting something, or do I have to wait until boarding is completed? It's not even asking me. What runway? Oh, I guess I gotta select it, right? There we go. All right, cool. So we've got our preliminary performance numbers here. We'll run that again once loading is complete. Why has this thing got me in? There we go. Alright, just waiting on boarding to finish up. Does look like that was it there. Alright, yep, boarding has been completed. So let's come down here and we'll go back to our mass and balance page here. Zero fuel weight. This isn't accurate. Why is that not reading correctly? Did that not update with the loading? I'm not sure that put the actual weight on the aircraft, so let's do this 145.4. Yeah, that just was visual. Okay, so 145.4. Now that should be updated for us. All right, yep, there we go. All right, so let's go init. We'll go page B, zero fuel weight 145.5 slash CG is 32.0. And our block fuel is 14. Cool. We'll come over to the performance page. And we'll go takeoff performance. I think we're good here. It's still got our numbers. Alright. Alright, so V1 is, we'll say 138. Rotating at 142. And V2 is 147. Stab trim is 2.9 degrees up. So we'll go flaps 1 slash up 2.9. And then we're flexing 48 degrees out. All right, that is our takeoff performance done. We'll come up top, we'll get the fuel pumps on. APU master, we're waiting on flap open. Then we'll roll on the APU. I did not get the Starship yet, Zato. Alright, flap is open. Up top we go. APU's coming on. We'll jump outside, see if we can hear any of it. APU's not bad. Alright, we'll bring you back over. We'll get APU bleed. Air can come through the on. That is fine. Seatbelt signs. That's all good as well. We'll go on the transponder. TARA, that's fine. And we'll come down, we'll get, let's make sure our exits are closed here. Connections. Let's turn the power off. Alright, we'll get the beacon light on. And we'll come down here and get of course push back and departure. They should move that jet bridge. There it is. And we'll grab $19.1. Let's make sure that my radios work with that thing. Yep. And let me change my push to talk button here.
Reagan traffic, Endeavor 5573, short final runway 19, Reagan.
Man, why is this thing never want to select my... There's a button on my Bravo that's trying to...
Reagan traffic, this is United 537. We're at the river, descending through 4,300 for the river visual 19.
This thing never want to accept my
Reagan traffic, American 3187.
I push the talk button on this
behind the United Airlines.
my flight stick.
Joining visual runway 19. Reagan.
We'll have to try to figure that out once we get up. Let's try to set another button here.
In an emergency, leave all cabin baggage on board. Your seatbelt is fastened, adjusted, and released as shown. It must be fastened when the seatbelt signs are on, and we recommend that you keep it fastened.
Alright, did they tell me to release park and brake? I didn't hear them.
If the air supply fails, masks will drop from above. Pull a mask towards you to start the oxygen. Put the mask over your nose and mouth. Hold in place with the strap. Pull on each side to adjust. Put on your own mask before helping others. If we land on water, take the life jacket from under your seat.
Reagan traffic, American 1286. We'll be pushing back, stand Delta 40 into the alley, spot 4. We'll call our taxi. Reagan.
To adjust. Do not inflate it.
Reagan traffic, Endeavor 5573 is clear, runway 19, taking you Juliet to the ramp.
I don't know if they told me to release my brakes. That's weird.
Your tray table must now be stowed, armrest down, window blinds open, and seatbelt fastened. We wish you a pleasant...
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of American Airlines, we would like to welcome you aboard Flight 1286, departing from Washington and heading to Atlanta. My name is Taylor, and I am your lead flight attendant today. Joining me in the cabin are my fellow crew members, Sarah, Michael, Jessica, and David.
Do we still have
Our captain for
chops
this
on?
flight is Captain Leo, and our first officer is First Officer Theo. We
Leo and
expect
Theo.
our flight time to be approximately 1 hour and 18 minutes.
I don't think we still have
Before we
chops
take
on.
off, I would like to take a moment to go over some important safety
Good
information.
traffic, American
First,
3187.
please ensure that your seatbelt is fastened low and tight across your lap. To unfasten, simply lift the buckle. In the event of a loss of cabin pressure,
set parking
oxygen
brakes
masks
immediately.
will drop down from the panel above you. Pull the mask towards you to start the flow
So
of
what is
oxygen.
GSX doing out there?
Place it over your nose and mouth, securing it with the elastic band. Remember to secure your own mask before assisting others. For those of you seated over water, your life vests are located under your seat.
What are
To
you
use the
doing,
vest,
GSX?
pull it
I'm
out
ready
and
for
place
push.
it over your head. To inflate, pull the red tabs. You can also inflate it by blowing into the tube. Now, let's review the emergency exits. On this Airbus A21N we have 2 exits at the front, 2 over the wings, and 2 at the rear of the aircraft. Please take a moment to locate the exit
Here we
nearest
go.
to you,
Continue
keeping
push
in
back.
mind that it may be behind you. In case of an
There we
emergency,
go.
follow the
That was on me.
illuminated path to the nearest exit.
We want to face east.
We will
spot
now
4.
be preparing
Release
for
parking
departure,
brakes,
so
please.
please ensure that your seat backs and tray tables
That
are
was
in their
on me,
upright
guys.
positions,
Push.
and all carry-on
All
luggage is
engines
securely
clear.
stowed.
Start at will.
Thank you for your attention, and we wish you a pleasant flight.
All right, here we go.
Captain Leo, the cabin is ready for departure.
So that's the only thing, trying to get used to the differences in systems between, like, say, this and the Phoenix and even the
Breaking traffic,
fly-by-wire.
United 537 short final, runway 19.
I'm so used to seeing my GSX stuff on the top left of the screen. It puts all of the messages on the EFB there. All right, we'll go ahead and roll on number 2. Why is it saying my... We're idle now, right?
Please set parking brake. Unlocking gear.
Yo, what up, spawning? Been flying it a lot. I was kind of holding out. I was trying to see if Just Flight was wanting to send over a copy to us. Alright, it's saying that we are in reverse. I may have to do a recalibration of my throttles here.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Breaking traffic, United 537 vacated 19 at Juliet. Should have ramp via Juliet Kilo. Breaking traffic, American 3187, short final 19, breaking.
Yeah, sounds aren't too bad. It's just that transition from startup to idle, I think, is a little decent work. Peter, what's going on, my friend? Alright, so it does appear we have 2 good engines. Flaps 1. Alright, we're good there. We'll go auto brake RTO. We'll get our terrain radar on, even though we don't really need it out here. APU bleed can come off. APU can come through the off. That is fine. We'll come down. We'll go flight controls. Full right. Neutral. Full up. Neutral. Full left. Neutral. Full down. Neutral. Full right rudder. And full left rudder. Flight controls are free and correct. Alright, so we're good there. We'll go, taxi lights can come through to on. Everything else is set. We'll zoom you in. That is fine. Flashlight on? It is. Alright, I may need to recalibrate those.
Hello, it's Nolan. Let's cabin secure for takeoff.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Alright guys, let's get it. We're going short taxi runway 19. Bring up our charts here. We'll come out of the alley here. Kilo 1 left on Kilo. We'll go Kilo 1 Juliet, cross runway 15. Take Juliet down. Breaking traffic American 1286 spot 4. We'll be taxiing runway 19er via Kilo 1 left on Juliet. Reagan traffic. It's not saying my seatbelts are on. Okay, yeah, they are. Alright, cool. Let's get it, guys. Parking brake can come through the off. Where is this CRJ going? Coming out of the alley, we're clear. Pitch trim, we got to set our pitch trim. Alright, we'll get up here and stop, take a look at that. Low key, to this day, I always thought it was automatic. I always thought that it set it to the value that you set in there. Me and my ignorance. And no other plane warns you. Alright, we'll hold short here for a second. Let's get this trim thing sorted out. Alright, what was our 2.9? Guess that's about right. Pitch trim / McDo CG disagree. Where's the centering thing at? That's my question. Yeah. Alright, I'll come up. Where's the, is it this arrow? Yeah, it's gotta be the arrow. That's gotta be about 2.9, right? Well, no, because what was the CG? Hold on, guys. 32? Let's see, up 2.9. I don't know, but that's 2.9. That's 3 up, so we'll see. We will see. All right, let's we'll clear that out. We'll get the weather radar on. We're good there. Breaker traffic American 1286 lining up on runway 19er for departure to the southwest on the Klitsch 3. Reagan traffic. Alright, strobes can come through the on, wing lights, runway turn off, landing lights can all come on. We'll go park and brake off. Alright guys, togas and chat if you got them. Flight control button just above your throttles. Alright, hold on, let's make the turn. Let's line up here and then we'll take a look at that spawning. Like we got some dual runway ops, cross runway ops going on here. Alright, let's see, where is this? Yeah, 3 degrees up. So let's nose down one. Why is this thing? Alright, yeah, 2.9 up. There we go. Let's see if it changes. Yeah, see, it's still doing it. So maybe it's a bug. I don't know. That's what it calculated us for, 2.9 up off of our takeoff weight. Alright, either way, we're going to send it. We'll get you over here to the stereo side. Togas in chat if you got it. Don't cross ERJ. Rotate. Positive rate gear can come up. My throttles needs to be, it's my right throttle that's not quite synced up with my left. I'll recalibrate those on the next leg. Hearing some rattling around in the cockpit, that's fairly nice. I like that. She feels really nice to hand fly. Actually, feels really good to hand fly. Alright, we'll keep her coming on up. 14,000 we got bugged for now. Yeah, she's a joy to hand fly, I will say that. Smooth. Sounds definitely need some work, but with guys like FT Sim, I don't doubt that we'll have a sound pack for this thing. And he does have a really good Neo sound pack anyway. He just needs to make it compatible. I think I thoroughly enjoy hand flying this. This is nice. Got little bug splatters and stuff on the windshield. I did see that there was some options in the EFB that you can clean your windshield. You start accumulating dirt and dust and grunge and stuff on the airplane as you fly it, or the more you fly it. All right, there's 10,000. We'll get ready to get the
Please keep your seatbelt fastened while the seatbelt sign is on. We recommend that you keep your seatbelt fastened whenever you are seated.
landing lights.
Dear guests, we are now above the safe altitude, and you are welcome to use your electronic devices. Please ensure that they are set to airplane mode. Also, I would like to inform you that our onboard Wi-Fi service is now available. Thank you for your attention, and enjoy the flight.
All details can be found in your
All right, we're about going up to final of 3.8.
selection of hot beverages together with drinks and snacks from the bar. We accept payment in pounds, euros, most major currencies, and debit or credit cards. The correct change would be greatly appreciated, and if we could be of any further assistance, then just ask us as we join you in the cabin shortly.
All right, guys, we'll go ahead and hand it on over to AP1. Spoilers can be disarmed here. Yeah, so far, uneventful departure. She hand flies really nice. I'm anxious to see how it hand flies on arrival, and see if this feels any different than, say, the Phoenix or the fly-by-wire as far as the approach is concerned. But so far on the rotation, it was nice. Washington Dulles off in the distance there. All right, let me get back to chat here. D-Champ says Toga Gary is in the house. What's up, Gary? What is going on with your brother? Rock is in the building with a big up, bro. Says, how's the plane? So far, I really enjoy it. We're just climbing on out. But so far, she hand flies really nice. It does feel different than the Phoenix A321. It feels a little bit smoother and more like, I wouldn't say like a plane like the Phoenix doesn't, but feels like its own character, if you will. Wednesday morning, 5 a.m. Absolutely. Peter says, what MCP is that? That's the Wind Wing MCP. Yo, big up Drew. Weatherman Drew is in the house. It's been a minute, huh? What's going on with you, bro? Good to see you. Good to see you indeed, brother. We'll open up the boom boom room here shortly. Go over the standard. Oh, on both sides. over to Unicom. And we'll bank our range out to 40. All right, so we good, guys. So as we climb out and the speed picks up, you can start to hear less of the engines, more of the airstream. That sounds pretty good. Let's jump outside and see what she sounded like. It's a little mute outside. External sounds are kind of meh. But for once though, it's nice to not blow you guys' eardrums out as we jump outside. Yeah, I'm thinking that they do need to do some tweaking to the sound pack, just because of the way it sounds on the externals. But other than that, I mean, so far I'm enjoying what I'm seeing here so far. And I mean, it's a payware Neo. Oh, and we got functional circuit breakers. Okay. Functional circuit breakers. We'll have to dive into that. Yeah, all of these circuit breakers are functional. Nice, nice. So one of the things that I peeped that this thing can do, that, and don't ask me how to do it because I've never done it, but one of the things that I peeped that this thing can do that the Phoenix can't is fly a lateral offset. So if you think about flying across the pond, they may want you 1 to 2 nautical miles off of your lateral course, you know, for spacing and stuff like that. Well, you can put that into your FMC here on this airplane and actually fly that. So that's cool. We'll have to learn how to do that. Some of the things that this thing can do, I don't even know how to do, but we're gonna have to get a little more hands-on-y with this aircraft, it appears. But this is our maiden flight in the aircraft. We'll bring you back on the main cam here. So just a little bit from their website. Again, this aircraft features both the N and the NX variants of the aircraft, powered by the high bypass Leap 1A. The Pratt & Whitneys are due to come later. Engines deliver improved thrust. The fully model A321neo fuel and engine systems with dynamic support for 1, 2, or 3 ACT configurations, allowing you to fly long-range LR operations and transcontinental trips, are accompanied by advanced flight dynamics developed in close collaboration with Wilrow airline pilots. Experience a high-fidelity cockpit environment enhanced by the new digital radio and audio integrating management system, or what is that, DRAM or DRAMIS, cutting-edge fly-by-wire logic with soft GA and new rotation law with electronic tail bumper protection, flare law, ROPS plus, and all new sounds for the completely immersive 3D audio. I think the sounds need a little bit of work, but they're not far off. Users of the A321CO, they do get a discount if you wanted to grab the Neo variant. You would just need to enter your CO purchase details, and it'll generate you a coupon ID for when you wanna, if you wanna upgrade to this as well. Yeah, so we'll have to dive in the manual on this one and take a look and see what all is, you know, what all this thing is functional on or capable of doing. Yes, it does have say intention CPDOC. I don't have mine connected. I literally got the airplane. I loaded up on the runway, did a quick takeoff with the engines running just to get a thumbnail, and then I did a quick pushback and engine start just to see what that was like, and tried to figure out how to import my sim brief. Then I had to head off for work. So we got in from work, jumped right on the stream. I do know that I did see CPDOC integration there as I was setting everything up. I just didn't do mine. So that's cool. Let's see, do we have any en route maps or anything? Let's see what this is. A cars. So yeah, this is, I'm guessing, part of the CPDOC stuff. You would see messages here, and you should also see them down here on this little screen too. That's what it seems like. I don't know if there's any like en route map on here. Yeah, I don't. Okay, hold on. Now I know I did connect my Navigraph. That's connected, so not sure why this isn't showing the map. Let's see what else we got. Maintenance. What's in here? Okay, so you can reset and refill your engine oil, your fire bottles, all of that good stuff. Reset ESS, TR, whatever that is. Clean cockpit windows. Let's see what else we got. That's the landing perf. Yeah, that's the landing data. What is this? Tech log. Deferred level 1 defects. Engine number 2, N1 vibration indication intermittent on engine SD due to previous history, including TSWS raised, spares order, dispatch. Oh snap. I guess we should have checked that. Don't we got an engine vibration? Yeah, we do. Oh, look at that. Bro. Okay. So I'm guessing that you can't even turn failures off, because look at this. Whatever sensor that thing is referencing to, it's giving us no engine N1 vibration reading. That's low key, excuse me. That's low key pretty freaking dope. I'm not gonna touch it because I don't know if it's gonna yeet us out of the sky or not. So you got a flight history. Anything that happens to your aircraft, I'm guessing, will pop up here. Fault history. Resolve level 1. So when we land, I'm gonna actually see if we can wrench that and see what happens. Hopefully it doesn't make that engine fail. I mean, surely that's just a sensor, right? Let's see, what is this? That's connections, ground connections. Yeah, I think that's all on this. I seen it somewhere for the CPDOC. I wonder if it's in. Ooh, sorry guys. I wonder if it's in here. Yeah, I'm trying to see. I remember seeing it somewhere. I just can't remember where. So I'm going through the options here on the in the McDo. Oh, you can adjust the sound volumes in here. I didn't know that. That's the engine sound volume. I saw it somewhere in here, and I know I did. I don't remember where I seen it at. That's what I'm trying to find, Peter, where the API key goes. In the control center, okay. That is where I saw it. I do have the control center up here. Let's see. Okay, Hoppy log on. Okay, so I can put in my Hoppy stuff. There it is. Say intentions API login. Okay. So yeah, we'll have to put that in at some point. Now the other big secret is that I don't know how to use the CPDLC in the regular Airbus. I know how to do it in the 350 and the 380. But I don't quite know how to do it in this thing. All right, let's get some tunes on, shall we? We've been cruising and just chilling here. Let's go and get some tunage on. Open up the boom boom room in the brand new cabin. Alright. A JFK transatlantic flight in this, or are you talking about a heavy? Because it would take all night to cross the Atlantic in this. But I low-key do want to do a Neo long haul. I'm not gonna lie.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached cruising altitude. We will begin our snack and drink service shortly. In the main cabin, you can enjoy complimentary Biscoff cookies or pretzels, along with soft drinks, coffee, and tea. For those looking for something a bit more, we also have snack boxes available for $8.99. Please note that our buy on board service is cashless, so you can pay with a credit or debit card, or a card saved in the American Airlines app. After our service, we will also have articles from the American Airlines shop available for purchase. Thank you for your attention, and we hope you enjoy your flight.
Now be advised, that is not part of the FSLabs sound pack. The announcements is coming from Say Intentions. 7 hours from JFK to where? Yeah, I will say that this aircraft is probably going to require me to dove into manual a little bit. It's a little bit more involved system-wise than the Phoenix, I think. But as you can see, she looks pretty good. Now, I didn't really have any interest in getting the CO variant because obviously we have the Phoenix for that. But this is a new variant. This is a Neo, so I would have definitely gotten it either way. Because it's, you know, first payware Neo for the sim. I love how the EFB goes with auto deliveries. So obviously got American Airlines with your tail number and stuff there. It's pretty cool. Don't look like we have any ATC tonight, boys, at least on our route. I almost changed the route and went and flew out west, which we could still probably go west if you guys want. Throw some recommendations in chat. I'll see if I have scenery for it. The Dallas area just went offline, so we've got New Orleans. We've got, that's gonna be, yeah, New Orleans might be fine, but anywhere much further than that, I don't want to go too long. So it'll be between New Orleans, if I have the scenery installed. I'm thinking I'm gonna do what's that vertical sims one? I think we're gonna go down to RSW. I think we may go down to RSW. Because again, I don't want to be going too long tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, take full advantage of your tax-free allowances today and make some amazing savings with our boutique range. In your in-flight brochure, you'll find details.
I love how the sounds change. You hear that?
Most with massive discounts. Make the most of your opportunity to shop and save from the comfort of your seat. If you'd like to see any products, have any questions, or would like to make great savings, then just ask us as we join you in the cabin shortly.
Now that announcement is part of the FSLabs A321. Chris, what's going on, Chris? Says Daytona Beach. I think I might have some scenery for that. That may require a restart. I think I have a 2020 scenery I may try to throw over here in 2024. But then that'll be shorter than RSW though. I forgot she said food's here. All right, give me a sec, guys. Let me run upstairs right quick and see what the missus ordered. I'll be right back. Y'all know me. Gotta feed my face once we get up to cruise. Right back with you guys. Right back in a second. All right, fellas, back in the flight deck. Chris says New Orleans. We'll have to restart. I have to drop that scenery in. I don't think I have it. I'll check my add-on linker here in a minute. I don't think I have it installed in 24. It's been a minute since we gone to New Orleans as well. Hold on, I forgot my wet wipes. Messy dinner here today. Got some buffalo wings. We're already in the we got 162 miles until top of descent here. You know I didn't, Drew. Oh man, drop my damn carrot. That sensor is really out. Oh, you see it glitching? That's pretty cool, man. That you can spawn. I didn't even peep that you can spawn this thing up and it have issues. Like, I love the dynamicness of it. I gotta figure out though how to add the ACTs. Zato was saying it's 100 times better than Latin VFR's Neo. Yeah, I don't even have Latin VFR's Neo. I don't even pay attention to Latin VFR stuff. It's amazing how funny, it's funny how the Latin VFR and the Aerosoft A330 just came and went just like that. Boss Money, what's up, bro? Did a hop from DFW to Phoenix a bit ago with smooth ATC. Yeah, we almost changed routes and did San Francisco to Phoenix. I was like, the hell with it. Yeah, Latin VFR's got some nice scenery, I will say that. But apparently their aircraft isn't in the same category. But the main thing is, if I'm not mistaken, Zato, they are Xbox compatible, aren't they? The Latin VFR stuff? Damn, I almost choked. Boss Money said, who you got in the finals tomorrow? Honestly, bro, I don't watch basketball. It's not one of my sports. I watch it every now and then, but not enough to keep up with what's going on. Yeah, I got a weird bucket full of sports, bro. My bucket is weird when it comes to sports. Football, NASCAR, F1, hockey, baseball. I don't watch much baseball. Just starting to get really into it. And UFC. Yeah, I think that's what's keeping them alive, Xbox. I mean, if I was on Xbox, yes, I would get it. Yeah, Boss Money, I don't watch much baseball, but I'll go to the games. And truth be told, I'm starting to get into soccer. Play basketball as a younger kid, so it's in your blood. Yeah, I get it. In the middle is auto, yeah. I mean, if that's all you got, then you know what I mean? Damn, these some thick pieces of celery. Got some flight sim flicks for me in the middle of my captain's meal. Right there. Got 80 miles until top of drop. It's the only thing I hate about celery. That crap gets all in my teeth. All right, let's see what Zato talking about. Flights and flicks. Let's see, where is my Flights and Flicks channel? Negative 43 in the MD80. I mean, not MD80, MD11. Yeah, that's an absolute greaser. Trooper coming in with some flicks as well. Oh, that was from when we flew the MD11 the last stream. Oh, nice. Look at the Philippines 320. Eva Air 777. I'm sitting here looking at these and not giving you all the view. My bad. Hold on. Let's throw on window capture. Discord. Zato sent over some flicks. Philippine A320, Eva Air 777. It's a nice one too. Well, I knew he was sending over some Starship flicks. Yeah, we got to pick that thing up. I'm kind of waiting to see if they have something. If they're not gonna send it to me, maybe they'll have a sale or something at Expo. Look at that old school cockpit, man. Yeah, absolutely love that. All right, 60 miles till top of drop. So let's go ahead and start getting keyed in here. 180 at 4 knots, 10 statute mile viz. QNH is 3019. Temperature is 27. And the wind is, what did we say it was? 180 at 4. And our minimums, if we had our approach selected, then we would be able to get that. We're doing what, 8 left from Larry. And our minimums for that is going to be 1215. All right, so that's going to give us a VREF of 135 knots. One other thing I want to check here is flight aware. T12 T9. So it looks like we're parking at the T terminal. Hotlanta descent prep. Yep. Yes, sir. Do we have any ATC? Probably not. Nope. Atlanta never logged on tonight. They never logged on tonight, which is cool by me. Yeah, most of the Midwest is starting to log off anyway. That's crazy for a Saturday night, you would think. List deliveries for this airplane? Is that what you're talking about, Peter? I can show you deliveries that we have. Let me see if I can do this really quick. We got 30 miles till the top of drop. Let's go here. Will it let me share this screen? No, it won't even let me share the screen. They got some security thing. It won't let me share the flight control center. Like, show it. But they got Air Lingus, Aeroflot, Air Busan, Air China, Air India, Air Samarkand, Alaska, American, a bunch of Americans, British Airways, Azul, bunch of British Airways too. Bunch of British Airways. Cathay Pacific, Centrum Air, EasyJet China Eastern, EasyJet Europe, EasyJet UK, bunch of EasyJets, Egypt Air, Etihad, Eurowings, HK Express, Holiday Europe, Indigo, Jet2 Holidays, bunch of those, Jetstar, KLM, bunch of KLMs, Luftwaffe, that is going to be a military livery, Nordwind Airlines, Annur Air, Pegasus, Pegasus, Premier Air Scandinavia, Salam Air Scandinavian, Saudia, Sky Airlines, Sky Express, Sri Lankan, Sunclass, Sky Express, TAP Air Portugal, Thai Air Asia, Transvania, a bunch of Transvanias, UK government, what is this, Euro Airlines, Virgin America, and Xiamen, Z-I-A-M-E-N. I guess that's how you pronounce that. I want a Delta livery. They don't have any Delta livery, and I couldn't find one before the stream. But those are all of the liveries that they have in the what's the name there? All right, so Aussie, we're landing east. We need to cross Aussie at 14,000. So we'll bug on down to 14,000. And we'll zoom in on the ND. Oh yeah, that's right. PW. I wonder how long until they release the PW variant. All right, inside 5 miles now until top of drop. We'll ding them on in the back. On the way down the hill, fellas.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will shortly be landing. Please ensure your cabin bag is safely stowed with your laptop inside. Your tray table must be stowed, armrest down, and window blind open. You now need to be seated with your seatbelt fastened, ready for landing. Please help us by handing in any rubbish, newspapers, or magazines that you do not want to take with you. The toilets are no longer in service.
We'll do the next leg, the night flight. Check out some of the night lighting. I haven't seen the night lighting on the aircraft yet. Peter says gonna wait to buy for the PW. Yeah. I wonder if it'll be an update or a separate variant, like you gotta pay for it again. Again, I don't have much of that information. I was just handed the plane earlier today before the stream, so, or before work rather. So I wasn't able to get a lot of that information off to you. I just thought about something. I hope you guys aren't hearing me double. Are you guys hearing me double? Because I had a mic going on that side and this side. We should be good now though, if you were. It's free? Okay, roger that, Peter. Gets nice and quiet on the descent. All right, let's go play around with this, what is this? This landing thing here. We're going to ATL. We're doing, what was it, 8 left, I believe. Yeah, 8 left. So we'll select 8 left. Actual landing weight. Let's see what our estimate was. $152, so it's got us at 151. So yeah, we're close. That's good. Runway is dry. Reverser, we're doing all operational. Air condition on, anti-ice off, full flap configuration. And let's calculate that. 135. Got a 4-knot crosswind component. All right, we're all set up. Oh no, what did I do? Oh, I accidentally hit pause. Active pause. I was about to I was about to be like, no. All right. Starship. What about Starship, Peter? Are you asking when am I going to get it? I was trying to get a copy of it from Just Flight. I haven't heard back from them yet. I'll probably end up just buying it, but I want to wait until this week at Expo to see if they may have some discounts or something running for it. I'm excited to see how this thing hand flies. I was going to say into the ground, but that wouldn't be a very good analogy. Hand flies the approach. I thought I was going to have to tell Tiff to pull that fish out the freezer. Don't touch nothing, right? You'd be surprised, Peter. Sometimes they do. Especially around Flight Sim Expo. There's all sorts of deals going on around Flight Sim Expo for everything. I need to test my autopilot disconnect and make sure that that works. Let me do that right quick. All right, cool. That's good. Yeah, I went through earlier, set up all my controls and got everything squared away, so that's why I didn't really learn much about the airplane. Once you get used to the differences in the doing a lot of stuff through the McDo, it seems to be pretty decent. But there's not much even on the EFB as far as things to do with the aircraft. I actually prefer it on. I kind of actually prefer it on in the McDo like that. I like how they got that set up. It doesn't work for everybody. Like with PMDG, I like it in the tablet, but I like the way that they have the interaction set up in the McDo. Yeah, guys, I think the next leg, I'm looking here at my installed scenery. I don't have New Orleans installed. The nearest thing to there I have is Houston. I don't think I'm going that far. and then Austin. The Dallas I have is over in 2020. I've got Springfield. I don't think I've flown into there yet. Or you know what, guys? We can go down to Key West. How does Key West sound? We can definitely go down to Key West. Key West or RSW. All right, what was our altimeter here while we talking and bull jabbing? 3019. 3019 is set. And let's see what our Larry 5000. We're going down to 5. What we got here? Oh, nav barrel just. Is Atlanta giving me some framies right now? Is that what's trying to happen? Key West? I'm good with Key West. All right, we'll go over to CTAF 19.1. Let me see if I can. I can't get this daggone push to talk button to work. All right, there we go. Atlanta Traffic American 1286. We are in the left downwind, passing 13,500, descending via the Aussie 1 arrival for the ILS runway 8 left approach, Atlanta. Maybe too short for a 321. Let's see, what is their runway length? Let me see here. (5,076 feet). Yeah, Key West is going to be a no-go for the 321. All right, 10,000. We'll get you swapped over here. Boom, boom room comes down. We're a little high, so we'll extend out to the discontinuity and then go direct to Larry.
Northwest traffic Delta 101 heavy taxi runway 900 left departure via the Lima. Alien.
Alright, looking good on the descent. Coming on down to 5,000. Something's up with my daggone. Hold on, let me see something here. 8 left. It doesn't have all of my approach transitions. I wonder why. Let me just make sure we're on the same runway. Yeah, 08 left. It's saying we have no vias. Okay, Bazaar wants us set. Alright, we'll go ahead and go direct. Turn base to final now. Atlanta traffic, American 1286, left base to final, ILS runway 08 left approach, Atlanta. Direct Larry, Atlanta. Airplane does look really good. Not gonna hold you. Needs a little work in the sound department, but other than that, guys, we did overshoot the turn a little bit, but we are not direct to Larry, we're direct to Bazaar, which is where we should intercept our glide here in a second, in a few moments. beam Larry right now. Gives us 22.5 mile final. It does look like aircraft's got us on a decent intercept course. But I want to come left a little bit more, get off of 8 rights, center line. Come back in a little bit towards that localizer here. Alright, there's the intercept. We'll go auto brakes low. We'll arm the spoilers and we'll go flaps 1. Alright, 15 mile final.
Atlanta traffic, Delta 101 heavy lines up, taking off runway 9 or left, RNF to grid, Atlanta.
Alright, gear can come on down. .135 is what we're looking for our approach speed. Adeliz, yes, I saw that. That's why I was a couple minutes late getting started. I'm afraid United States has gone off and done something. Atlanta traffic, American 1286.
2500.
9 mile final, ILS 08, left approach, Atlanta.
Traffic, traffic.
Alright, so that picked up some Alright, we're gonna just have to go around. Let's go ahead and go around. Atlanta traffic, American 1286, going around runway 8 left, Atlanta. It threw your autopilot off because of the traffic alert. So no more coming in with what's the name?
Traffic, traffic.
Alright, we're going up to 5. Get some flaps up. We forgot to do that. Why is my it wouldn't let me get my throttles back. All right, so let's slow her down here for a second. We'll stay runway heading here, and we'll get back set to what is the airplane doing? Getting us back on runway heading. All right, let's turn out to the north here for a second. Alright, let's see what we got here. Auto throttle. Alright, let's see here. Jump back in here. All right, bizarre. Yeah, that AI aircraft threw us all off on that one. I didn't expect it to automatically disconnect and start a climb like that.
Traffic Delta 101 Heavy 3000 feet clear, non-right, sponsor mission line.
Under traffic, American 1286, left downwind, ILS 8 left approach, Atlanta traffic. Alright, we'll bring our speed on back to 220. So that is something we'll have to watch out for in this airplane is my AI traffic, because it will react to it. That's good to know. Come on down to 4,000 here. Yeah, that's good to know on that one, fellas. I wonder if there's a way to turn that off. Because I was gonna close out my say intentions with the traffic injection, but it just happened so quick. Now I was gonna close it out like I normally do if I see another aircraft on final. If we was actually using say intentions, we would have been actually vectored for sequence, and that wouldn't have happened. We'll come left a little bit. All right, let me just check my OFP really quick here. Let's see. So we've got 1,000 pounds to work with. Actually, yeah, 1,100 pounds to work with of fuel. Our final reserve plus alternate is 5,500. We're at 6,600 right now. I need to get better at putting in our alternate into the FMC in case something happens. Which our alternate is KHSV. Alright, I do see 2 pings of traffic there above us, so we should be good here. We'll turn left base, Atlanta traffic American 1286, turning left base, ILS 8 left approach, Atlanta. And what I'm going to do this time is just turn off say intentions, because there's some traffic that I'm seeing there too. All right, take 2, guys. We do have the runway in sight out there. Localizer is alive. And here comes the glide. And Atlanta traffic, American 1286, 12-mile final, ILS 8 left approach, Atlanta. All right, gear can come on down.
Delta 1042, 15-mile final, 9 right, Atlanta.
All right, 3 greens. Gears down and locked. I didn't do that. I did not do that. No idea what's going on with that. But we're hand flying her on down. Manual throttle. I thought it was because of the traffic. Why has it got me like in the red at 180 knots? Oh, because my flaps were glitched out. That's why. Alright, we're gonna see if we can salvage this here. And we're floating like crazy. Horrible approach incoming. We'll see if we can salvage this here. I gotta see what's up with my flap handle. A little bit of speed brakes here, try to help us out.
Terrain.
500. Hundred above. Minimum 100. 50, 40, 30, 20, retard 10.
Got a couple frame stutters right there. That's the best we could do with what just happened. I don't know why that thing was, I don't know why it was, wanting to throw the autopilot off right there. That's weird. But we got her down. We got her down. Wasn't pretty, but yeah, I thought it was the traffic that the TCAS alert that kept sending me into Toga, but I wonder if I got a conflict somewhere, but I wasn't pressing any buttons. So that's what's weird. I may have to check my bindings. Yeah, we'll have to definitely check the bindings here. Line of traffic, American 1286 is clear of 08 left, crossing 08 right. We'll be taxiing into T terminal, Atlanta traffic.
Atlanta traffic, Delta 1042, clear 9 right, crossing 9 left at Delta, Atlanta traffic.
Ladies and gentlemen, the cabin crew will shortly be leaving their seats to perform safety-related duties. However, we ask that you remain seated until the...
Yeah, I gotta find out about that. Like, what's up? Why was it throwing us into Toga and disconnecting the autopilot on short final?
Please make sure that you take all your personal belongings with you, checking in the seat pocket, underneath the seat, and in the overhead pockets. Do take care to not stick your lockers in case anything falls out. Smoking is not permitted.
Let me see something here. Let me just go full flaps here. See, when I go full flaps right there, I'm gonna have to check my calibration too. I'm in full flaps right now, and it threw my flaps up. So I have to check my calibration as well. All right, let's see. What standard we going to again?
Atlanta traffic, Delta 961, 5 mile final, 8 left, Atlanta traffic.
Tango 9. We'll do like Tango 8 or something like that. That's fine. Okay, so now how do I select my gate through this daggone McDo? And I think my I think I may have a partial, no, I have a partial WASM crash here, I thought. Let me see if I, because my FMC is not responding. Let me see if I close down Semat Pro. Oh no, that's bad. What is this? Oh, is that why? Is Semat Pro not even running? What it was. Well, let's say that's 8T. Alright, now I don't like this. Trying to get my gate assignment through this McDo like this. got my gate assignment. Yep, gate T8. Yeah, auto flight AP off. Yeah, we got to figure out why that was disconnecting my autopilot on short final on final. Alright, we'll bring you back over the main screen here. We're taking this all the way down to Foxtrot 1.
Atlanta traffic Delta 961, clear of 8 left. Taxiing to Concourse C, crossing 8 right at Delta.
Where did you get the switches above the MPC? MCP? PU Air Korea. PU Google PU Korea Air is the company. PU Korea Air. I'll drop a link here in chat in a moment. Appreciate you, Peter. Should be our stand coming up here. Yep, that's it right there. Yeah, I definitely just loaded back in all my traffic. Alright, taxi lights can come out. Alright, parking brakes on, APU bleed can come through to on. Atlanta's giving me a little bit of framies. Alright, cool. Welcome to Atlanta, guys. It was a rocky one. We're gonna try to do better. I need to figure out why that thing was let me just go and double check here really quick this profile and see if there's anything linked in here that may have caused that. Let's see, 27, no, nothing. 28, nothing. What is this? Alright, we're gonna delete that because I don't know what that is. Oh, you know what? Hold on, let me do this instead of messing up this profile.
Disembarking, please take care and hold on to the handrails while walking down the stairs. Please ensure that you supervise your children, and for your own safety, do not walk underneath the wing.
Alright. Just trying to make a couple of little changes to this profile here. Where are we at here? Elevator trim. I'll leave that there. Yeah, I don't see anything else that would be causing it. All right, let's do this, guys. Let's go ahead and go to the menu, options. We'll bring up the jet bridge. Jet bridge is connected. Let's see what we got on that. That was a horrible landing. I mean, it's not too bad. Negative 143, but the approach was trash. Technical difficulties. All right, so we're gonna go on down to RSW. We'll go ahead and get ready to plan that up here. What I do want to take a look at though is this maintenance. And kind of see if there's anything. Where did I see that at? Tech log? Repair defect. I guess I repaired it. I don't know. It didn't say anything. And this maintenance panel. Let's see. Oh, we got bug splatter. Let's see what this clean cockpit windows does. Okay, so it cleans the windows of all of the bug splatter. That's nice. Yeah, I don't know what caused that. Oh, what I do need to do real quick here is recalibrate my throttles before we move on. If I can remember how to get to it. I don't know what that was. Brakes hot. Do we have a brake fan? Yes, we do. Alright, we'll cut on the brake fan for the time being. All right, got the throttles calibrated. What is the other one I said I needed to do? Flaps. All right, cool. All right, guys. What's going on, Robin? Welcome to the stream. Beanie Baby Gaming. What's going on? I don't really watch the NBA, so I can't help you there, Beanie Baby. All right, let's do this. Let's jump out and let me plan up the next leg. We're going down to RSW. Okay, RSW is going to be our next leg. And so we'll plan that up now. Let's see, KRSW. And we are American 1286. And what was our tail number? N400. Now this will be my first completed flight, so we got to see how this thing works in turnaround mode. So not sure how it's going to, we'll get some tunes on while we go through this as well. Not sure how it's going to work in turnaround mode. I do not have the Starship yet, Robin. All right, we'll generate that. Do some close-ups of the exterior. Yeah, we can do that. All right, import my flight plan here. I'm going to disconnect from VATSIM so I can file it. All right, we'll file that. Now what I'm wondering here is how this works. Does it automatically bring in? Yeah, that's still got our old flight plan. Let's see, can we refresh this? Let's try to reload sim brief there. I don't really know how this works. Clicking the refresh button doesn't do anything here. So how are you supposed to bring in your next flight? That's my question. Because it's obviously still got an old flight here. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I think it does it when I request it from the init page. That's when I think it uploads it. We'll request it from the init page and see. I believe that's how it does it. All right, let's see. No. I still got DCA to ATL. So how do I... Yeah, it's got my flight plan in there. So how do we update the EFB? That's a little confusing. All right, so I see this is the clunkiness that a few people was talking about like how do you update the EFB, your briefing with your new flight? The refresh button doesn't do anything. This still has DCA to Atlanta. That was our last flight. So I tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna just reset the aircraft. That's what I'm gonna do. And we'll have to figure that out later. We'll go to the main menu and just spawn back in, and that should give us a reset of the aircraft here. Hopefully it does at least. And we did say we was fixing to do a nighttime flight, so we'll go live all the way around. On the bottom right corner, the little recycle symbol. We'll try that one next. Okay, roger that, Peter. Yeah, we'll try that one next time. Appreciate the help. Let's see here. Talking about this little recycling icon here. Okay. And why is it? All right, let's get some power established here real quick. Why does my flashlight glitch like that? Alright, cool. Got some power to the aircraft. Let's see here. Alright, the reset worked there. So we'll come down here. Let me grab our cost index really quickly. And we cruising down at 3.7. Alright, flight plan, we're departing 9er left on the bang 3 left transition. Coming into Southwest Florida, we're doing the Tiny 4 runway 06. It's got us to Tiny 2. I don't think my air rack is all the way updated for this thing. Tiny 2. And we again have no Vias for the approach. I don't think my air rack is updated as it should be, because we should be able to get. Let's try the RNAV for runway 06 Fogan. Let's see if we got that. Yeah, still no Vias. No Vias. Let me see something right quick, guys. Let me check my Navigraph hub. Yeah, and it's not even on Navigraph hub. Let me restart Navigraph Hub and see if it's picked up. See if it picks the plane up after restarting it. Yeah, that's weird. It's not under any of my add-on packages. Ah, here we are. All right, cool. So here's what we're gonna do. I am going to go there. Bear with me, guys. This is the qualms of a new aircraft. We'll put you on display capture here for a second. We'll let the sim completely close out and then we'll update this thing. Alright, we'll go ahead and update our air rack cycle and we'll update our TDS software while we're here. And that will be the cause for us missing approach vias or approach transitions. That's all good. We'll come back to that 777-300 for both sims. All right, we'll restart the track IR. All right, cool. Just like that, that quick. Peter says, wow, night lights are sweet. Yeah, I think so. But it's strange how the center LED is lit, but the lower part of the main panel is not. I didn't peep that. I'll have to check that once we get back in. New aircraft qualms. I wouldn't necessarily call it problems. This is all stuff that I do before you guys ever see me stream it. Test flight, make sure it's got updated Navigraph data. But this is the first look, so next time you see us fly, we'll have all of these those small nuances. I wouldn't even call them nuances. It's probably just pilot error. I will say this thing seems to be a lot more in depth than some of the other Airbuses. Phoenix is still awesome, but this one just seems to be a little more in depth in some areas, whereas Phoenix still, you know, kind of beat them out in other areas. Texturing, sounds, Phoenix got that hands down. All right, cool. We back in. Let's go start. Career mode. We're straight into Atlanta. We going with the real time, and we going out of gate. Did I say 8 or 7? All right. Sometimes it helps it to load faster if you zoom all the way out and then click start. Sometimes it doesn't. Track IR profile. I don't know why this area is so daggone laggy. We having some laggies here, fellers. Why are we lagging like this? I see that. Let me just check one other thing here real quick. Yeah, for some reason my GPU is like at 100% and I'm at 80% RAM for no reason. Here, let me just restart the sim one more time and see if it clears it up. Stand by, guys. All right, let's restart it. Yeah, I think it's the airport too. Atlanta is weird, bro. It's like some days I come in here with nothing and there's no issues. If it's still like that, what we'll do is just jump to another airport. We'll go maybe from Charlotte down to RSW. I don't even think I have Charlotte installed. Do I? Yes, I do. Yeah, if it's still like that, we'll go from Charlotte down to RSW. Yeah, Atlanta's one of those weird ones, and at least 24. It's I'm not even sure which Atlanta do I have. I don't think I'm running the Asobo one either, so it could be that. Let me check and see which Atlanta I have while we load. Or am I running the Asobo one? Let's see, KATL. Let's check add-on linker here. Yeah, so this is the Asobo Atlanta. Okay. I don't have an add-on Atlanta. So it's definitely then the Asobo version. Atlanta messes you up over time. Can't fly to 350 in the ATO without a freeze. Yeah, it seems. Well, I do have some hiccups every now and then. Different aircraft, but seems like this one is. It was a little laggy coming in. So what you guys say? Should we just jump straight to Charlotte then? Maybe this is one of those aircraft where I can't really come into Atlanta. You guys want to jump straight to Charlotte? Either way, we doing the second leg. We'll go to Charlotte. That's another American hub.
Cabin is ready for departure.
No, it ain't. Let's say we jump seated over to Charlotte. Let's do that.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of American Airlines, I would like to...
Nah, you ain't welcoming because we ain't ready for that, lady. You ahead of your doggone self. Alright, not really sure. I guess it doesn't matter where we freaking spawn at. It's American, right? Alright, we're gonna go out of Charlotte. We gonna go out of Charlotte. See, that's better already. Yeah, you're right. It's that Atlanta. All right, that makes sense. All right, give us just a second to refile everything. Man, we'll go cold and dark out of Atlanta. I mean, out of Charlotte here for RSW. A21N, no ACTs, and we'll generate that flight. Check sim brief for flight, import it. And let's do a quick file here. I'm betting you it's gonna tell me my call sign is in use. Maybe not, because it's not active yet. We chilling tonight, fam. Alright, file. Alright, cool. Accepted my flight plan. Now come here. Let's see, does it have our briefing? Let's get some power first. COT to RSW. Alright. So we're good there. Come down here. You said you couldn't find your phone. You got it. Where are you going now? move when I'm done.
I'll let you know. I can't tell if there's a car.
Alright. Alright, let's see. What was I trying to do? Reload assembly. Got that. Alright, we're going KCLT. Alright, get our thing here. We are cost index. We got to re-import this on Navigraph. Cost index is going to be 21. Yes. And we cruising down at 380. All right, fuel, we're taking 13.7. And payload, we're looking for a zero fuel weight of 148.6. All right, that's good. We're a line on reference. All right, so we are looking good there. We'll go ahead and get our departure put in here. Looking like we're departing 18 left. Yeah, 18 left on the Icons 5. And transition is Nooks. Then coming into Southwest Florida, we got the Shifty 6. Center transition, and then for runway 06. Still ain't got no daggone Vias for this approach, and we should be able to, hold on, let me see. Coming from here on the Zulu. Yeah, we should be able to get Gulf. Now, why can't we get... It's saying there's no approach vias. So that's got to be a bug. We updated our ARAC. RNAV 06 Zulu, no approach via. We should have at least one, two. Yeah, we should have two approach vias. Gulf and Fogan. All right, let's see what we got for the ILS. Obel and Fogan. Let's see if it'll pick those up. Yeah, it's got those. So we'll do Obel. Maybe this thing isn't capable of RNAV approaches yet. I don't know. We're going Shifty, Alright, so we got that. Alright, let's see. Mass and balance. Let's see what we got. 48.7, 36.2. And our block was what? 13.7. Alright, that's all good. Over to the perf page. Let's get some preliminary numbers here. Take off. We'll grab our weather. Winds are calm. Altimeter is 3021. We gotta brighten you up some. Alright, 3021. On both sides. Sorry about that, guys. I gotta learn to pause my track IR when I reach over there. Alright, where was that? Over here in the EFP. Alright, winds calm, we're flexing out. We'll go 1 plus F. Air condition on, 3021 is dry. Takeoff weight 162.5. Let's just make sure that everything jives up with that. Or close to it. Yep, 161.8. I'm okay with that. We'll go calculate. Flight Force, what's going on, bro? There's some bugs in this plane. I don't necessarily know if it's bugs. I did experience one that I think is an issue, but it could also be a binding conflict with my controls. On final, it was throwing me off of autopilot and initiating the go around. I thought it was initially because it was calling out traffic, but it did it on the second approach too with no traffic. So I'm not sure. We'll try it on this approach and see what happens. Why are we not getting any, oh, runway. 18 left. Alright. So we'll do 147, 151, 154. We're flexing out at 56. And we need flaps 1 plus 1.3 units down on the nose trim. Alright, so we are good there. Let's go flight controls. How's this thing running? Oh, that's something weird going on with this too. Maybe because we ain't got no hydraulic power, but I don't know why that thing is running all the way 13 and a half nose up. I don't know if it I don't know. I mean, just because the waypoint isn't there doesn't mean it doesn't have RNAV. That's why I was going to try to shoot the RNAV approach and see. I mean, we could plan up the RNAV and see how she flies it, but if it's not picking up any of the anything other than the final approach, then what's the point of picking up the RNAV from the downwind? You know what I mean? But we can try it. We'll swap it once we get in the air and try it. If not, we'll go around and shoot the ILS. It's possible the Navigraph data base is messed up. Yes, I have had that. So that could be another thing. That could be another possibility. A good quite a good possibility actually. All right, so we're good there. Let's see. Coming out, we need to climb to an initial. Let's see. What does it say? Charlotte, Douglas. 8,000 is going to be our top altitude. And we'll get some traffic going here. Supply can come through the on. We'll go on. Get you squared away. Let's jump outside real quick. Nav lights don't look bad. We'll see how the strobes look once we get those on. Alright, I think we're about ready to go, guys. Let me get signed into VATSIM. And, okay, we did get an auto ATC. .3144 is going to be our squad code. Alright, got that set. Alright, other than that, guys, let's go ahead and get this APU on. Let's get down to Southwest Florida here. Yeah, sounds could definitely use some TLC. But I'm not too worried about that because, like I said, I know FT Sim will make a compatible pack here in the coming days. Alright, we're good there. Let me just make sure. APU bleed can come through the on, external power off, that's fine. We'll come down here and go, I'm still getting used to this McDo GSX stuff. Thought of saw somewhere you can disconnect the GPU from here as well. Oh man, I didn't mean to request it. Hold on. We gotta go restart GSX. We accidentally requested boarding. We didn't want that. Alright, we wanted pushback. Alright, beacon light can come through the on.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
And let's get Charlotte's CTAF frequency.
Departure checks completed.
18.1. Charlotte traffic, American 1286, be pushing back into the alley. Bravo, stand Bravo 10, we'll call out taxi, Charlotte. Look at the center panel, light doesn't light the lower main panel. What are you talking about? Center panel light? Are you talking about here? Shock's still on. Oh. Alright, so we'll need to push back nose left. They're lifting the nose up now. See, it doesn't prompt me for this. That's why I'll be just waiting. Facing south on apron. All right, yeah, that's what we want.
Release parking brakes, please.
All right, parking brakes are released.
All engines clear. Start at will.
Now where in the hell you going, GSX? This is facing us north. I'm gonna trust in you that you're gonna spin us around, and it's just a stupid ground route. Alright, let's roll on 2. Says check your nav. Alright, we'll jump back up there in a second. check my nav. What about it? Got that discontinuity coming out. We got nooks. Then it's got us on another.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Navs are on. Yeah, navs are on, Peter. Alright, we'll do a quick sweep of our controls here. Flight controls are good. Good there. Taxi lights can come through the on. And let's go ahead, pull up our takeoff chart here. I mean, not takeoff chart, our taxi chart. We'll come out onto Mike. We'll take Mike to Charlie. Charlie 12. Charlotte Traffic American 1286 will be taxiing the runway 18 left via taxiway Mike. Charlie 12, Charlotte. Guys, let's get out of here. Yeah, night lighting does look pretty good, not gonna hold you. Not even gonna lie, it looks pretty doggone good. Which one of these I'm supposed to take here? Hopefully it doesn't disconnect my autopilot on final this time. I had to figure out, if it does, I got to figure out why it's doing that if that's the case. I will say under nose wheel steering, like steering with a tiller, It is not instantaneous like in other aircraft. Like, it's actually rather sluggish. So if you see me overshoot, it's literally because of that reason. Like, trying to get used to steering this thing feels a lot different than anything else. Like, it definitely taxis like it's got some weight. I like that. Alright, this is Charlie here. Say they should light up the ground and the logo light isn't on. Yeah, we do need to get the logo on. I do know that. I thought it was on. Hold on, let's see. Yeah, maybe the logo isn't functional. I see what you're saying. They should light up the ground. The nav lights, yeah. Which I do believe somebody will come out with a light pack. There's a light pack for almost every aircraft in Microsoft right now. So somebody will come out with a light pack to fix it if they don't. Real-time departure here. We'll hold short here for a second. Charlotte traffic, American 1286 lining up on runway 18 left for departure on the Icons 5 to the south. Charlotte. Alright, strobes, wing lights, landing lights can all come through the on. Toga's in chat if you got them, guys. We'll bring you over to sterile cockpit here. Lights do look good though. Light up the runway environment really good, really well. Alright guys, let's get it. Let's spool them up. And man flex. What is this? Thrust lever is not set. There we go. Rate gear can come on up. So I tapped the brakes to stop that wiggle waggle. That's pretty nice. I like that. Charlotte traffic, American 1286 is clear, runway 18 left, departing on the Icons 5, final call, Charlotte. So you hear that little sound that sounds like a helicopter? I wonder what that is. Like you hear it? I thought it was rattling in the cockpit, but it doesn't seem to be. It doesn't seem to be. I think I definitely got something going on with my flap lever. It may be time for a throttle replacement, guys. Gonna have to source me out another Honeycomb Bravo. Alright, we'll hand it on over and we'll go. Direct to Gilfin. We'll keep her coming on up. Yeah, sound pack definitely needs some work. It's like this weird hum. It sounds good in certain instances. I definitely enjoy the lights. The lights look good. Get a little bit of splash from the nav lights on the ground. We'll be golden on that. Get the logo light working. Alright, 10,000 landing lights, runway can come off, taxi and wing lights can all come through to off. And there's still something on.
Dear guests, we have just climbed above the safe altitude, and I'm pleased to inform you that the use of electronic devices is now allowed. Additionally, our onboard Wi-Fi service is available for your convenience. Thank you for your attention, and enjoy the flight.
Let's see if we can find out what light that is that's illuminating there. Strobe, wing lights, that's all. Oh, it's this. Okay, so my wing light switches backwards. They're gonna have to update software for that. All right, on our way down to Southwest Florida. So we'll cruise here for about an hour and some change. We'll get some tunes back on. As we climb up the hill. And we're going up to 3.8. We'll go ahead and bug for that now. As we approach transition altitude. Oh, what is this going on here? We got some spaghetti going on here. Let's see. Why is it wanting to spaghetti us like that? Alright, we'll do it like that. Yeah, it's definitely some weird tune, not music, but some weird tunes with the sounds, I think. Hey, look at the artifacting on the strobes. It almost looks like they're putting out a little smoke. You see it? You guys see it? Every time they flash, it leaves a ghost flash in the air. That's weird. I've never seen that before. It's hard to unsee that. And we ain't getting no East Coast coverage really as far as VATSIM tonight. It completely died off like it was a Tuesday night. I'm gonna do me a couple more flights in this thing tonight. I do really like the airplane. Like it's a different vibe than the Phoenix. I will say that. It's definitely a different vibe than the Phoenix. It does fly really well. There's just a couple of little things I want to try to get under wraps, like that autopilot disconnect issue with the toga thrust on final. Hopefully it doesn't do that to us coming in southwestern Florida. But if so, we've got some footage of it to try and get some help. We'll have to clip it and send it out and see if we can get some help for that. Because if it's not I don't think it's a binding. I didn't press any buttons when that transpired. A lot louder back here on this flight. Oh. Somebody asked, let me get you the link. Somebody asked for the switch panel, the lighting switch panel that I'm using. All right, let's grab you guys the link to that. right, there's the link to the light panel, the switch panel here that was asked about earlier. This, we'll come and bring that up there. Go to routing. Headphones not line out. Alright. And we'll put you up there.
Traffic, American 2878 sending through 10,900 for 7,000 off T-flips for arrival inbound to the ILS 18 right, Charlotte.
And we are at cruise already, fellas, 380. And we're trying to push her on up to Mach 80. As we cruise on down to southwestern Florida.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached cruising altitude, and my colleagues and I will begin our snack and drink service shortly. We have some delicious options available, including our popular chicken salad wraps and a delightful selection of beverages. After the service, we will also be offering items from the American Airlines shop, so stay tuned for that. Thank you for your attention, and we hope you enjoy your flight.
See, is our light still leaving breadcrumbs? Oh no. Maybe that was just an artifact of the area. There's a weird light right here. Had to run and refill my cup with some drink here in a second, guys. We'll probably take a few minutes break as well, stretch our legs. We've got 2:47 until top of drop here on this leg. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go ahead and take a quick break. I'm gonna go and grab something else to drink and see if I got a snack up there, or I might get some more chicken. But I'll be back in a few moments once we finish up. All right, right back, guys.
Charlotte traffic, American 2078, fully established ILS, 18 right, 16 miles out, Charlotte.
All right, guys. All right, we back. We back. See, we got 122 until top of drop. I wonder what the time frame is on the Pratt & Whitney Neo engines. All right, let's see where we're at here. All right, so we're looking over at Jacksonville, city of Jacksonville over there. We'll be back on screen, on cam in a minute, guys. All right, guys, we are 34 miles from top of descent here. So we're gonna go ahead and get our approach data put into the McDo. We'll get ourselves back on cam. All right, so southwestern Florida's weather is reporting winds 0704 knots, 10 statute mile viz. Clear, 25 degrees is the temperature, dew points 23, altimeter is 3011. Temperature was 25. And winds were 070 at 4. Looking at our approach plate here. Let's see. Our minimums is going to be 227 feet. We have approach speed of 136 knots. Onto our arrival plate, the Shifty 6, our bottom altitude. Let's see, do we have any constraints coming in? We got, no, not road. We got MoMo at above 10,000, below 11,000. And then from there, we'll vector ourselves on down and eventually end up in a right downwind for the ILS 06 approach. So we'll be going down to 10,000. We've got that set. We'll go back into managed speed mode here. Seatbelt signs can come through to on. And we're looking at about 10 miles, guys, until top of drop. We start early or late? I think we started a little bit late, but we're all good. All right, coming down the hill now into southwestern Florida. All right, coming through flight level 320. Hopefully this autopilot toga thing doesn't happen on approach this time. All right, coming through flight level 250, we do have a 280 knot constraint coming up, which we're below that, so we're good there. I was just trying to Google search and see if I could find anything about my autopilot disconnect toga issue. Now, I am finding stuff, but it's not with the FSLabs, it's with the AnyBuilds A321 from some time ago. So I'm wondering if this is a Microsoft bug that I'm experiencing. Again, I haven't had that issue with any other aircraft. Oh snap, they getting some liveries out for this thing on flightsim.to. We got an Iceland Air livery. We're gonna have to download that. Oh, that's for the CO. I don't have the CO. I've got the Neo. Alright, altimeter here was, what was it? It was 3011. Alright, 3011 is set on both sides. Trying to see if this thing has a manual. Let's see, 2024 community folder. The manual isn't available yet. It says coming soon on their website. A321 introduction manual. All right, let's grab the seat tab for Fort Myers. $2875. All right, got that in standby. We're pretty much on a long crosswind. Should definitely have you guys on the ground here momentarily. looking good on the descent, approaching 10,000. Obviously the boom boom is already shut down. I forgot that playlist ended. But we'll leave it off since we're approaching 10,000 here. Hour and 8 minutes on the flight time thus far. How the hell is my beacon on? All right, we'll wait till we make this. Let me see here. We got to get down to 2400. We're going to an open descent here. And we'll bring the speed on back to 220. Should have the field somewhere over there. All right, let's go over to CTAF. And Southwestern Florida Regional American 1286 is overhead Ernie, descending down via the Shifty 6 arrival inbound for the ILS runway 06 approach. All right, coming through 8,600 feet. There's the airport there. And let's see, we'll land and exit stage left. All right, we're pretty much in an extended downwind here. We got the field in sight right there. Beautiful approach into RSW tonight. Let's grab a couple of outside views here. Yeah, see, there's my breadcrumbs again on the strobe lights. Maybe it's got something to do with the other lights that I have on. All right, we'll swap you over to stereo now. So, okay, so we selected Obel as our initial approach fix and our transition, but it didn't, as you can see here, it didn't bring everything through. So I'm gonna call that a bug. Let me just double check it here. ILS 06, approach vias. Okay, so now it's not giving me any vias. It initially gave us the Obel transition. So it could be something between Navigraph, like chat said earlier. Something between Navigraph and the airplane. I'm thinking. I've had minor situations like this before, in different ways, not necessarily it not bringing up the transitions, but we'll take it in here. We'll extend a little bit past it to give us some time to get configured. And Southwest Florida traffic, American 1286. On the right downwind for the ILS runway 06 approach, Southwest Florida. Yeah, it showed Obel earlier before we took off, but for some odd reason it's not pulling it through. Yeah, because we got a discontinuity here. Yeah, it's not showing any approach transitions. Not for the RNAV, not for the ILS. Let's try the Zulu RNAV. Yeah, no Vias. Alright, so that's either got to be Navigraph or the airplane. I will mention it to the developer and see what they say. I need to check the forums and see what's going on in the forums and see if there's any more information out there about it. Thing is, I don't know what's out there or not because I haven't watched anybody else's stream as far as this airplane is concerned. And we'll see if we get that autopilot disconnect issue again. We'll go out beam Obel here on Navigraph is what we're paying attention to. And we'll turn in from there. That should put us on a 14.5 mile final. All right, we'll go heading select. And we'll bring the speed on down to 210. $2,400. Straight blackness down there out here over the water.
2500.
And we'll arm the approach. Approach is armed. We got auto brakes low selected. Speed brakes are armed. Let's see what this thing does on this approach here. And IRSW, we're not getting any, maybe a little far out. 111.5, that's the correct frequency, so we're good there. All right, we'll go flaps 1. .136 is our approach speed. This has got us off of our lateral here. Let's go direct Tuffy again. Yeah, it overshot us. Look at that. Yeah, navigation is definitely off. All right, we'll go ahead and go visual. Gear can come on down. Now this is a 2020 airport, so that could be another reason it's not picking up the ILS. The airplane. Southwest Florida, American 1286. It's on a final approach. 6 mile final ILS runway 06 approach. Southwest Florida. Yeah, I agree, Flight Force. They're pretty good otherwise, but it seems to be the approaches. I mean, I didn't have the navigation issue on any of the crews on either leg, but it seems to be an issue with the when you get into the approach phase here. That's what seems to be the issue. And she does hand fly nicely, I will say that. That's slightly high. We got 3 white, 1 red.
1,000.
Cross check. We had 4 white. What is that other little red dot to the left of the pappy?
500. Above.
Oh, I forgot to start the daggone replay.
Minimum.
Damn.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20. Retard.
Okay, float. That was a hell of a float. Well, either way, we made it. 2 successful landings. May not have been the best, but we're here. And we'll exit here stage right at Foxtrot 7. Stop here for a second, get the aircraft cleaned up. Alright guys, welcome to Southwest Florida. Now I know I cut my daggone. Alright, there we go. Alright, let's see where we need to go. We need to continue right. Yeah, I forgot to start the replay, guys. I'm sorry about that. Alright, we'll take Foxtrot down to what is this? Juliet. Make a left on Juliet. And we'll take Juliet into the ramp. We'll park at like Charlie 7 or something like that. I don't really care where we park at this point. Let's go ahead and get on down over here. Yeah, I do enjoy the hand flying of the aircraft. I think it needs a couple of updates as far as the approach navigation, the approach phase, and the sounds. Other than that, I didn't really have any other issues with it, I don't think. Let's see if we can get a gate here. 6D, I don't know. Trying to find this gate in this thing. 1D, 1B. So I think it's gonna be 7C or 6C. You got a 6C. Alright, let's see if 6C is it. Yeah, still really good for the, you know, for a sneak release by FSLabs, because they definitely didn't do any type of build up to this release or anything like that. They just slung it out there. So I think we get a couple of updates. It'll be ready to go. I think it's ready to go now if you can get the thing to capture an ILS. Other than that, that's the only issue I have with it. Sounds definitely need some work, but got guys like FT Sim that inevitably will make their Neo Leap sound pack compatible. And they may even tweak the sounds as well. Alright, let's see where we gotta go. We gotta buck a right here on hotel. But ground handling, it feels nice. Like I said, there's a huge delay in the steering. I do like that. Feels like it's got some weight to it. It's not all twitchy. Alright, and then we need to make a left on Gulf 3 here coming up. Alright, let's see, what are we looking for? Charlie 6, so let me just make sure. Alright, that's our stand. We just removed the AI from that stand there. Marshaller is behind the daggone pillar there. How the hell are we supposed to see you, Marshaller? How is we supposed to see you, buddy? Alright, he must be glitched out. Let me jump outside here. parking brake set. APU is on, APU bleed is on. We'll shut them down. We'll get the jet bridge, seatbelt sign. We'll request deboarding here. Beacon light can come through the off. We'll cue the outro because we don't have replays. Well, that was a fun one. I do enjoy the aircraft, like I said. If it were me, I do expect them to release some updates for the thing. It just barely came out a couple days ago. No aircraft is without a couple of bugs on release. Mainly what we've noticed is an autopilot disconnect issue coming into Atlanta. Again, that could be hardware related. And then obviously it not picking up the all of our transitions for the approach, and actually it didn't show us that approach at all coming into here. So yeah, other than that, guys, I appreciate all of you guys for hanging out with us tonight. Spawn and Selma says, hey, you got to take that landing. No, yeah, it wasn't a bad landing for a visual approach. Flight Force says it needs fixing. Absolutely, I agree with you, bro. D-Champ was in the house. Peter, appreciate you for stopping by. Zato was in the building. New Mexico Flower Robin, appreciate your support, my friend. Beanie Baby Gaming was in the house. Adeliz was in the house. Retired Firefighter, appreciate you for hanging out. Let's see who else we got. Greenlight Auto Brokers was in the building. Appreciate you, bro, as always. Zato Flies. Boss Money was in the house. Drew Stone 77. Mr. Gary Shepard stopped through. Chris H was in the house. Rock City Strong, appreciate you, brethren. Who else did we have? Anybody else? Anybody else I'm missing? D-Champ, I think I said D-Champ. And FO Palette Depth was in the house. Guys, I appreciate all of you. Appreciate you hanging out with us tonight. We'll more than most likely be back tomorrow. Tomorrow, late evening, late night. For some more fun as we count down the hours now until FS Expo 2025, Providence, Rhode Island. Until then, guys, take care of yourselves. Do something you're passionate about. Get you some rest. And I'll see you on the next one. See ya. Appreciate you, D-Champ.